light that surrounds any physical object. And this Linga Sharira is the one that is the vehicle for life, especially in biological entities. We are alive because the Linga Sharira is the bridge to bring prana or vitality into physical. So this astral life is the Linga Sharira of the vehicle for life, especially in biological entities. We are alive because the Linga Sharira is the bridge to bring prana or vitality into physical. So this astral life is the Linga Sharira of the vehicle for life, especially in biological entities. We are alive because the Linga Sharira is the bridge to bring prana or vitality into physical. So this astral life is the Linga Sharira of the vehicle for life, especially in biological entities. We are alive because the Linga Sharira is the bridge. Today we are going to explore vitality into physical. So this astral life, the subject is epidemics from the point of view of the esoteric philosophy. Theosophical teachings postulate start with the concept of the astral light. In her first book, Isis Unveiled, Blavatsky said, "How often have powerful clairvoyants and adepts in mesmerism described the epidemics and illnesses as their lucid vision or psychic vision saw them in the astral light. They affirm that the electron or psychic vision, saw them in the astral light. They affirm that the electric waves in the astral light were in violent perturbation, and that they discerned a direct relation between this ethereal disturbance and the mental or physical epidemic then raging. So what she says here is that when there is an epidemic, whether it is physical or a mental epidemic, she says
So TS in Detroit is located in Berkeley on Woodward, north of 11 Mile Road. Our local lodge is part of a worldwide Theosophical society, which was founded in 1875 by H.P. Blavatsky and Colonel Henry S. Alcott. And it's represented in 70 countries. Our mission is to encourage open-minded inquiry. Located in Berkeley on Woodward, north of 11 Mile Road. I don't know what's happening, but I'm repeating myself.
You just had echoes for a minute, but it should be fine now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm not sure what's happening. I think the YouTube is coming back to me through my computer somehow. So you didn't hear the YouTube?
We did hear echoes when you were talking a minute ago, but right now it is actually fine. No echoes right now.
Okay, so let me begin again. You hear that?
Very quietly.
Yeah, there is a background noise, and everybody else seems to be muted.
Okay, I'm going to try to ignore the echoes. So, welcome to this event, which is sponsored by the Theosophical Society in Detroit, which is also called the TS in Detroit. TS in Detroit is located in Berkeley on Woodward, north of 11 Mile Road. Our local lodge is part of the worldwide Theosophical Society, founded in 1875 by H.P. Blavatsky and Colonel Henry S. Alcott. It is represented in 70 countries. Our mission to encourage open-minded inquiry into world religions, philosophy, science, and the arts in order to understand the wisdom of the ages, respect the unity of all life, and help people explore spiritual self-transformation. Tonight's video presentation is by Pablo Cinder. And Pablo has quite a presence on the web. He has a website, pablocinder.com, a YouTube channel which has many outstanding presentations. He runs an online school of Theosophy, and he's written books, one of which is The Evolution of the Higher Consciousness, an in-depth study of H.P. Blavatsky teachings. So what happened with me is I was wondering about this strange time that we're in a couple of weeks ago, and this prompt came about this video, Karma and Epidemics. And I said, that's just perfect. I was so impressed with this video presentation that I actually transcribed it as best I could. And I've watched it several times. I am so delighted to be able to share it. So what we're going to do is we're going to show the whole video. It's about 30 minutes from start to finish. And I welcome you to take notes. And then afterwards, we'll have a discussion. So if you just give us a moment, the video should start shortly.
Today we are going to explore the subject of epidemics from the point of view of the esoteric. Today we are going to explore the subject of epidemics from the point of view of the esoteric philosophy. Theosophical teachings postulate that anything that happens in our planet is subjected to the law of karma, and that epidemics are also part of these dynamics. So let us see how epidemics are explained from this point of view. Let us start with the concept of the astral light. In her first book, Isis Unveiled, Blavatsky said, "How often have powerful clairvoyants and adepts in mesmerism described the epidemics and illnesses as their lucid vision or psychic vision saw them in the astral light. They affirm that the electric waves in the astral light were in violent perturbation, and that they discerned a direct relation between this ethereal disturbance and the mental or physical epidemic then raging." So what she says here is that when there is an epidemic, whether it is physical or a mental epidemic, she says that waves of suicides or waves of violence, these are kind of mental epidemics. So whenever these global events happen, those who have a psychic vision can see in the astral light electric waves, a perturbance, a kind of storm that is correlated to the epidemic going on at the time. So let's see what this astral light is. She described it as the invisible region that surrounds our globe, our planet, as it does every other planet, and corresponding as the second principle of cosmos, the third being life, of which it is the vehicle, to the linga sharira, or the astral double in man. So these are all technical words that she used in her description of the cosmos and human beings. She would say that there are 7 aspects to each solar system, galaxy, human being, or actually anything in nature. So the first aspect, the most concrete and obvious to us, is the physical body, a physical planet, etc. Then there is a second dimension, let's say, to any entity, and this is what she called linga sharira in applying a Sanskrit term. This linga sharira is like an ethereal body that surrounds any physical object. And this linga sharira is the one that is the vehicle for life, especially in biological entities. We are alive because the linga sharira is the bridge to bring prana or vitality into the body. So this astral light is the linga sharira of the planet, of the earth. So she continues saying, a subtle essence, this astral light is a subtle essence, visible only to a clairvoyant eye. And then she quotes Eliphas Levi, who was a priest and an occultist before her time. And she says, Eliphas Levi calls the astral light the great serpent, the dragon, from which radiates on humanity every evil influence. This is so, but why not add that the astral light gives out nothing but what it has received, that it is the great terrestrial crucible in which the vile emanations of the earth, moral and physical, upon which the astral light is fed, are all converted into this subtlest essence and radiated back, intensified, thus becoming epidemics, moral, psychic, and physical. So basically what she says, Eliphas Levi would say that from the astral light come evil emanations, evil influences. And Blavatsky says that is true, but this is only half of the story. Our own activity, mental, physical, emotional, psychic, is the one that feeds this astral light. So whatever the astral light is reflecting on us is whatever we put in this astral light, whatever we fed this astral light with. So this is the first concept that we have to keep in mind. There is this ethereal atmosphere around the planet, which is able to retain certain influences and to reflect them back on Earth. And this reflection manifests not only as epidemics, but also as earthquakes or as any natural phenomena that affects a large number of people. In her esoteric instructions, she identifies specifically what subplane within this astral light is the one that accumulates these evil emanations that are reflected on the earth. So she would say that it is the fourth, in her system she divided any plane, and the astral light is a plane of nature. She divided any plane in 7 subdivisions. So she would say that it is in the 4th subdivision of this plane. She says this is the worst of the astral planes, karmic and terrible. Kama is a Sanskrit word that means desire. So she says, here are strewed the seeds of epidemics, of vice, of cycles of disasters, and general catastrophes of all kinds that happen in groups. A series of murders, of earthquakes, of shipwrecks. So you see, it is in the 4th subplane within the astral light that all these evil emanations are accumulated, and then they are reflected back on Earth in all kinds of disasters, natural or accidents. Now, what are these emanations that are absorbed by the astral light? And Ibesan explained, when men generate a large number of malignant thought forms of a destructive character, and when these congregate in huge masses on the astral plane, this is how she called the astral light, she called the astral plane, their energy may be and is precipitated on the physical plane, stirring up wars, revolutions, and social disturbances and upheavals of every kind, falling as collective karma on their progenitors and effecting widespread ruin. Epidemics of crime and disease, cycles of accidents, have a similar explanation. So you see, she says that when we generate a large number of malignant thought forms of a destructive character, then they are absorbed in the astral light, and then they are reflected on the earth. So it is humanity's psychological activity, by that I mean our thoughts and our emotions, which are the seeds for epidemics, for accidents, for natural disasters. In the Theosophical view, there is a direct connection between what is going on in our planet as a whole and the activity of human beings. So as we go in our lives, when our activity begins to be increasingly violent, divisive, with a kind of activity that doesn't take compassion into account, then all that influence little by little begins to accumulate in the astral light. So for example, she would say, let us see, she would explain a little more what thought forms and elementals are, because these are connected to this is absorbed by the astral light. So let us start with a quote from Mahatma KH, who was a teacher of Blavatsky, he said, thoughts are things. They have tenacity, coherence, and life. They are real entities. This was written in the 1880s, and it was one of the first times in our modern times that the idea that thoughts are actual forces, and not only forces, but as we are going to see, entities. This is one of the first times that this was postulated in the Western world. So Leadbeater describes what these thought forms that Annie Besant had mentioned are. He says, our feelings and thoughts generate definite forms in the matter which they respectively affect. The idea is that there are different kinds of matter. We are aware of the physical matter, but there is also emotional matter, mental matter, which are subtler forms, which perhaps we would call them energies, but they are material in a sense. They are something that can be seen by clairvoyance, for example. So our feelings and thoughts generate definite forms in the matter of their own planes, in the emotional plane and the mental plane. And these forms follow the thoughts and feelings which made them. When those thoughts and feelings are directed toward another person, the forms actually move through space to that person and impinge upon his aura, and in many cases blend themselves with it. So in this quote, the reason why we bring this quote is to show that these forms are forces that can be directed, that can affect individual people. Now, besides this effect on particular people or places, and the thought forms can be good or bad. When we think with love about on somebody, then all this love creates a real form that goes to that person. But at the same time, that love is being accumulated in what we can call a repository of goodness. Similarly, as we have seen, all these violent or aggressive or selfish thought forms and forms of emotion produced by our daily activity are accumulated in a repository, which is the astral light, and then they are reflected back on the physical plane, as we have seen. So Mahatma KH says, every thought of man, upon being evolved, passes into the inner world and becomes an active entity by associating itself with an elemental, one of the semi-intelligent forces of the kingdoms of nature. It survives as an active intelligence, a creature of the mind's begetting, for a longer or shorter period proportionate with the original intensity of the cerebral or mental action which generated it. Thus, a good thought is perpetuated as an active, beneficent power, an evil one as a maleficent demon. So here we have not only the thought forms that we generate, but there is a kind of, there are some kinds of entities that in Theosophical literature are called elementals. These elementals are very primary forms of consciousness. This is why the Master KH here says semi-intelligent forces of nature, or the kingdoms of nature. And these are instinctive forces which they ensoul, they give energy to the thought forms that we generate, and then those thought forms can last for a long period of time. So what we are, every time we think or we feel, we are generating a form that can be ensouled by an elemental, and then that form becomes far more powerful. So when we, as a whole, as humanity, we generate a large amount of thought forms and emotions, forms made of emotions that are, as we were saying, violent, intolerant, selfish. They are ensouled by these elementals and they become quite powerful. William Judge said, an elemental is a center of force. Without intelligence, it's not self-aware. There is an instinctive nature there in a certain sense, but it's a very primary form of consciousness, as I said. So without intelligence, without moral character or tendencies, but capable of being directed in its movements by human thoughts, which may, consciously or not, give it any form and to a certain extent intelligence. So our thoughts give the elementals a form. This is what Besant Leadbeater would call thought forms. And our thoughts are the ones that give the direction to the influence of the elemental. Again, if we are thinking about somebody with a loving feeling, an elemental may ensoul that thought form and that emotion form, let's say, and the direction for the influence of that thought form is given by the thought form itself that was generated by the person. It's not that the elemental can decide what to do with that thought form. There is no intelligence in that sense in the elementals. So the elemental is just like the energy behind the thought forms, and we are the ones that direct these thought forms. And Blavatsky says the elemental world is automatic, and like a photographic plate, all atoms continually arriving at and departing from the human system. So there are elementals always coming and going from our aura, let's say. And they are constantly assuming the impression conveyed by the acts and thoughts of that person. And therefore, if a person sets up a strong current of thought, he attracts elementals in greater numbers. So when there is an intensity, we attract more elementals. Intensity for good or intensity for bad feelings, for evil, let's say. So Annie Besant explains, when a man sends a thought form, it not only keeps up a magnetic link with him, but is drawn towards other thought forms of a similar type. And these congregating together on the astral plane form a good or evil force, as the case may be, embodied in a kind of collective entity. So you see here we are seeing the mechanics when we say that the astral light or the astral plane is being fed with our own thoughts. Here now we can understand the mechanics of this. When we generate thought forms, those thought forms tend to aggregate together with similar ones, whether they are good or evil, whether they are of love and compassion or of hatred and violence and intolerance, and they congregate on the astral plane, and they form a kind of collective entity. When this collective entity, as I have called it, is made up of thought forms of a destructive type, the elementals ensouling these act as a disruptive energy, and they often work much havoc on the physical plane. A vortex of disintegrating energies, they are the fruitful sources of accidents, of natural convulsions, of storms, cyclones, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods. So here we come back to what we started looking at the beginning, that it is all these thought forms generating from us that create this entity with the being ensouled by the elementals on the astral plane. And then that destructive energy that is that was attracted by our thought forms will be reflected on the physical plane. So there is a theosophist that wrote about epidemics from the theosophical standpoint that says the lessons theosophy teaches are important ones. Man is his brother's keeper. and the only permanent protection against plagues and calamities lie in the purification of the thought plane. It is a simple problem of cause and effect. If every man purifies his own thought sphere, the astral light will eventually be cleansed. So there is an ecology of the mind as there is an ecology of nature. We are constantly either polluting the mental atmosphere and the emotional atmosphere, or we are purifying it when we produce elevating thoughts and emotions. And as long as we are polluting the emotional and mental atmosphere with feelings of intolerance and hatred, then so long we will have to deal with the effects not only on the emotional and mental plane, but also on the physical plane. This is why people like Jesus or Buddha would say that hate cannot be solved by means of hate. That if we hate those who do something that we think is wrong, we are actually being part of the problem. We keep adding this destructive force. If we want to stimulate in society a change, we should never hate the other side, fight the other side. We should always try to encourage that which is good, to work for the good, not to work against evil. Because by working against evil, by trying to destroy evil, we are producing these destructive energies that will be reflected on the physical plane. So finally, to talk a little more about our attitude when we are dealing with these epidemics, either moral or physical, Anibesan says that when disease spread, in the case of epidemics, and the thoughts of fear which follow their progress act directly as strengthened of the power of the disease. So fear strengthens the power of the disease. Magnetic disturbances are set up and propagated and react on the magnetic spheres of people, on the aura of people within the affected area. Because diseases are not just a physical manifestation, they are a manifestation from the astral plane. Fear moves on the astral plane. So the fear that is generated by people spreads on the astral plane and weakens people. So it is very important for those who are interested in these teachings to try to maintain calm and a certain sense of poise and confidence while we are going through these difficulties. Many people cannot act correctly unless they are moved by fear. But those who are interested in these teachings should be beyond that. They should be able to act in a responsible way, but without fear. Because when we are afraid, we are, again, being part of the problem. So this is a service that we can give to the world. We are constantly emanating what we are. We are constantly speaking out our being. So by keeping calm, acting responsibly, and trying to send goodwill to the environment, we are helping in the different crises that we have to face. Leadbeater says, the man who has no fear of contagious disease is less likely to be infected by it than the man who is always in terror of it. Any clairvoyant who watched the conditions produced both in the astral body and in the etheric part of the physical vehicle by nervousness and fear will easily understand why this should be, and will see the immunity of the fearless man is explicable on purely scientific grounds. So we know today at the level of science that fear weakens the immune system. But the effect of fear also happens on non-physical levels, on this ethereal aspect of the physical body, what Blavatsky called the Linga Sharira, and also on our astral body and our emotional body. So it is not that if we are not afraid, we are not going to contract an illness. But if we are not afraid, our defenses will be stronger. So keeping calm is good not only for all humanity, but also for every individual. So in this time of distress, of fear, let us be a source of calm and confidence. And finally, Annie Besant gives us a piece of advice because, as I was mentioning, fear is in the atmosphere. And then if we are sensitive, we will feel that fear. We will be affected by the external fear. So Annie Besant says, as we evolve our astral bodies, they not only receive more impressions from the astral plane, but pass them on more to the physical body. And so we find the mood of great depression coming over us, for which we cannot in any way account. She was talking about in general, when sometimes we get these moods that are not really produced by a physical happening, but something that happened on the physical plane. But this, of course, can be applied to any time. And especially in times of crisis, we have all this unrest on the astral plane. And we perceive it through the astral body, and that impression is sent to the physical body. So we feel the fear, for example, that it's not necessarily ours. So she says, now very often such a mood is simply an overshadowing from the astral plane, with which we have really no more to do ourselves than the stream which is shadowed by the cloud has directly to do with the cloud. So this is like a shadow from the astral plane that falls on us. People, for instance, who feel strongly about public matters, who are deeply interested in the welfare of large numbers of their fellow men, such people will feel very heavy depression sometimes from public calamities which are impending or going on at the time. So those people who are sensitive, who care about what is going on with humanity, they tend to be more susceptible to feel the whatever is going on the astral plane. So this makes this kind of times more challenging for those who are sensitive, for those who are compassionate. But it is now when it is required from us that we exert all our will, our power, our love, our poise, so that we don't become absorbed by the general atmosphere, and we can reflect back confidence instead of adding to the general fear. So Annie Besant tells us here what to do when this happens. So what then can a person do when a mood of this sort comes along? The only way I know of meeting those is by the clear, definite recognition of the law, the feeling that nothing can come to us or to others which is not within the law, within karma, the feeling that whatever comes is working to a good purpose and for a good end. All these calamities that seem from the physical plane seem so bad, they are actually working out for the evolution of the souls. Even if the bodies die, the souls are eternal. And all this activity, all these experiences, we have died many times in the past, we will die many times in the future. But everything that happens has a very specific purpose, has the purpose of helping the soul to realize its divine nature. So suffering is a blessing in disguise. It's not that we have to be happy when somebody suffers, but we have to know that that suffering is at the same time producing some kind of growth in the soul. So this is what Annie Besant says, we need to have a clear understanding of this, and this is why it is important to study Theosophical teachings so that we understand fully this. And then this understanding can become a source of support when we have to face these difficult times. So she says the intense inner conviction that just as when the trouble comes and we see it and understand it, we deliberately train ourselves to accept it and live through it. So we are to deal with this vague, in this way, we are to deal with these vaguer and obscurer things, with these feelings that come to us, based on an intense conviction of this idea that everything is working out for good. Then based on that, we can train ourselves to accept what we are going through and to do our best to try to be a source of peace, even in a time of crisis.
The only way to handle danger is to face it. If you start getting frightened of it, then you make it worse. Because you project onto it all kinds of bogies and threats which don't exist in it at all.
That was,
whenever you meet a ghost, don't run away.
Presentation.
Because the ghost will capture the substance of
it
your...
up for discussion. What was a point that seemed to, I'm not sure. It looks like Randy's, are you hearing that?
We hear you.
Okay, it's stopped now.
There's some very quiet background noise, but it's not distracting because it's so low volume.
Okay.
It's like a television going on in the background.
Okay, so what struck you in the talk? What influenced you?
Okay, so I have a background in Hinduism. I'm actually an atheist, but can you hear me okay? So in Hinduism, they have a concept of every yoga, the gods reincarnate because basically the avatars of Vishnu come back when there is a lot of evil that builds up in human societies, and then I think the idea is that Shiva basically destroys and remakes the universe when there is too much evil that builds up. So his main theme reminded me of that idea in Hinduism, that basically there is higher level of evil that builds up in societies that basically leads to some sort of cleansing that happens, and then Earth is recreated. So that's what I found as similarities to what I already know from Hinduism.
So I'm hearing, once again, I'm hearing a double feedback. So it's hard for me to really completely understand what you said, Vijaya, but does anyone have a comment on that or wants to discuss it further?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me. This is my first time doing this. My name is John Sakos, and I come to the society sometimes. Anyway, I watched a video recently by Bruce Lipton about how in the history of our species that we had, the immune system is fights a disease like a flu or something like that, and you get achy bones and all that kind of thing. And let's say you were way back and you were, laying under a tree and sick, whatever, and getting better through your immune system and having a fever and aches and all this sort of thing. And then a saber-toothed tiger comes up and he's going to eat you. So the fight or flight comes in, and then you run, and your immune system is suppressed because the saber-toothed tiger, that's the end of your life, right? If he eats you, so you can get better from your flu later, and that's kind of how we're built. So what he was saying is that stress causes fight or flight reactions in people and the hormones that are released. So by being calm and trying to relax, like this film was saying, on a more physical level, is going to boost your immune system and allow it to work better. So I like that part of it where he said that, you should try and be at peace. And, he was talking through a spiritual level and the astral plane and everything, but on the physical level as well, it's important to, try and be calm, and it'll help you fight any disease or virus or whatever. So that was a major point that I liked.
Thank you. I had to leave my PC and come over to Glenn's because I was getting such double feedback. So I'm able to hear everybody better now. So are there any other comments? Questions? Was there anything that was new to you?
So I got a question. Do you guys follow any of the ideas of Jiddu Krishnamurti? JK?
Krishnamurti?
Yeah.
We have books that he's written, and we're aware of his teachings. Yes.
He was part of the Theosophical Society at some point, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Because, I remember reading about all the people that were quoted in talk from Krishnamurti's writings. Krishnamurti? JK?
Krishnamurti?
Yeah.
We have written, and we're aware of.
Now we're getting repeats.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was part of the Theosophical Society at some point, right?
Yeah. Feedback.
Yeah. Because, I remember reading about all the people that.
Anyone else want to make a comment?
Daya,
Yes,
you can hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah. I just visited his home in Ojai and started reading some of his books. And I wouldn't say that these people that they quoted today were very good friends of his, but it's not the same exact line of thought between Krishnamurti and the Theosophical Society. They kind of diverge a little, but I don't see it really as they're not a contradiction. Let's put it that way. I find Krishnamurti a lot more almost philosophical, mental, rather than getting into things like the astral light and that sort of thing. So yes, we do, and at the same time, there is a divergence in thought. I don't know if that's what you wanted to know or not, but
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I saw a lot of similarities, and I wasn't
yeah.
sure if there is any overlap.
Mm-hmm. He was a lot calmer or something. More mental.
So we have another Raj that joined us. Hi. Were you able to see the video? Your mute is on.
Yes, I did see it. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you have any thoughts that really impressed you or moved you?
Well, it's that whole idea of the karma, just it's cause and effect. Everything that we think, everything that we do, it affects, like not only personally but on a larger scale. So I guess my question, and I just want to put it out there, is, let's say if this virus was created in a lab, that it's not really natural the way it's behaving. How much does that play into the whole dynamic? Because if it was created and it was unleashed on the world, whoever created it and unleashed it, is that also part of that bigger picture? Like, we needed, because of the way that the consciousness of the world is, that we needed somebody to do this? Like, is that, I guess I'm just, I'm just questioning, how it works. Like, then that person comes out, had the thought, okay, I'm going to create, or an organization said, we're going to create this virus and put it out there, as bioterror. Is that also part of the whole plan? Like, our own consciousness, our own thoughts create other people who are going to make decisions that are going to eventually come back to bite us?
Well, I have some thoughts on that, but does anyone have any strong thoughts on that?
Go ahead.
I see two hands. Noy, would you like to go first? Then we'll talk to Raj, or?
I just wanted to mention that at this point in human history, we're beyond personal karma. We're totally interconnected. The globe is totally connected. We have instant communication, travel, all of those things. So we also can think about the many, we can call them like webs or spider webs of karma that went out for that scientist to even create that in the first place, or research it if that's what happened. So it wasn't just one individual. That was the culmination of mankind's knowledge. And then also backed by our current trend towards selfishness and destruction and violence and separation underlining it. So that's what I have to say on that.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
The male Raj, would you like to unmute?
Sure.
You're muted again. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My point was going to be very similar in the way that Pablo was explaining it, that the forms, the astral forms coming out, is going to affect circumstances no matter what, if it comes from nature or if it comes from the laboratory and human made. The amount of negative accumulation in astral form is going to affect it. So I don't know how important it is whether it came from nature or it was man-made. It's still the same principles, that there's a lot of pain and suffering that has been generated as a cause from a lot of negativity within the world. And so it's just about dealing with and presenting solutions to that form. And that's where people who are more in tune can generate positivity to actually be able to contribute to solution to the imbalance of negativity. So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you. My thought when I first started pondering this is some of this we try to analyze from our little tiny perspective, our viewpoint, looking through our narrow focus. And it's very elusive in that way. I think that what they're talking about is something that is maybe slightly beyond our typical mental way we operate, that people who are very sensitive, clairvoyant, or whatever, they can see these energies, but most of us do not. And every now and then, if we become very quiet or meditative, we will sense some subtle energies. But when we try to analyze it from our typical intellect, 1 + 1 = 2, it will elude us. And I think that his final point is very important to hold to, is that whatever this, similar to what Rod was saying, whatever the karma is, it is meant for our evolution and for our growth. And it may seem at the moment, at the time, to be just absolutely mind-boggling and crazy. And if we get caught up in that way of focusing that, sky is falling, it's crazy, it's not necessarily contributing to a higher consciousness. It kind of feeds that panic and that way of fear and, whatever. So that's one of the thoughts I had. Any other comments?
Yeah. So if we go back to like completely simplistic idea of thinking that maybe this is caused by poverty, just a pure accident that, it got into the system, just like the Big Bang or the origin of the universe or something. There are gaps in our knowledge, and are we just filling the gaps with, the thought processes resulting in some person creating this or contracting it. So, there is, it's the simplest answer is always the most plausible for this kind of thing. I would think it's just, there is poverty, there are these Chinese markets where this sort of thing happens. So could it be just pure coincidence and we're reading too much into it?
Any thoughts on that?
Can I tried to raise my hand and I don't think it was successful. Can you hear me?
No, who is it speaking?
John again, John Sakos.
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. So I read an article about the cause of this, and at least a few weeks ago there was a conclusion that it most likely did come from bats and not from a laboratory somewhere. Even though there are laboratories near Wuhan that deal with viruses, and they indicated that even if it did, somehow it would have been from a bat that they had brought in or something. It wasn't like something they created. That was the feeling. And the most plausible reasoning they had was there was a farmer who wasn't really right in the city who came down with it first in November. He was the first person that they ever found to have it. And he had collected bat droppings in a cave for fertilizer on his farm. And they think that's how it started, was from that. But my thinking is, even if it is that, could it be global warming and something odd that happened with bats that caused this virus to be created? In which case it would be sort of karma of us, of humans, and our effect on the planet, so that we would be changing and making these new viruses. So that's kind of a thought that I had about all of this. So
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So to add a few more thoughts to John's idea that global warming is causing a lot of global problems and a lot of migration of humans that is happening. And one of the underlying reasons for the problems in the Middle Eastern countries that happened a few years ago, everybody was overthrowing their governments and all that. This is all related to global warming and poverty, increased poverty, and people having to move from place to place. And that is causing a lot of turmoil in general. So I don't know how this is all related to global warming, but there is definitely an undercurrent of people being pushed over the edge that is happening across all the continents. And, of course, we see the fires and major epidemics. So it looks like it is all linked in some way. We don't exactly know how. And as a skeptic, I try to see that as more stuff happening in the natural world than, more astral or, community consciousness or anything. It is just people acting more self-centered ways in a lot of countries, and, Darwinism going crazy. People are getting more greedy, and concentration of power and wealth that has been oppressing a lot of people. So I see it more in a more practical, economical, and biological sense than more, philosophical or emotional energy passing through sense. But that's because I'm an atheist.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter necessarily of either or. At least I don't see it that way. I think that there's a connection, and that people who are to be able to take that leap. When I first heard this talk, it boggled my mind to say, and I had read about elementals, which I kind of think of as mass consciousness or like mob mentality. But when he took it another step further to earthquakes and epidemics, it was quite a leap. It really boggled my mind, and it took me back on my heels, and I really cogitated on it for quite a while. I can't say I can see it clearly even now, but I do believe there's something to it. The mechanics of it, once again, when we try, and I went back in history, and even now there's some people who they do not make a connection between They don't believe in global warming. They cannot make the leap that the fact that I'm wasting, or that cows are, we're mowing down rainforests for cattle to eat meat, has anything at all to do with something that's happening, the floods over, somewhere else, or the ice in the north part of this world melting. They don't make the connection. And I don't care how many scientists pull up how many facts, their minds are not open to it. And they just say, well, that's just, what do they call it, fake news. So I think to make the leap to say my anger and fear has anything at all to do with my neighbor's anger and fear and the other people who have anger and fear, and they all get together and shout and crazy things about how angry they are and how much fear they have, how does that have anything to do? How can I make a leap that has anything to do with this virus, or anything to do, and once again, like you, Vijaya, I kind of was trying to connect it from a political economic viewpoint. Oh yeah, well, I can see that. And once again, I can't say I have a clear vision of it. I think it just takes a certain opening of the mind that, well, maybe it is that way. Does anyone else have a comment about that?
Well, not about that, but rather in this day and age when climate change is fairly evident to most people who are sophisticated and understand things like this. One of the factors is that the permafrost is melting in the northern part of the world, northern Canada, northern Siberia, and a number of scientists have done studies on this and have discovered that there are bacteria and probably viruses also that have been released because they have been frozen all this time and suddenly aren't frozen, brought to life, if you will, although that's kind of a stretch. And it could be that this is the tip of the iceberg when things like this might occur.
Yes, I have heard that too. It's unbelievable. It could really be a physical source, really tightly connected to the global warming.
I wanted to comment just to say real quick, it's kind of interesting to think of these respiratory diseases and problems that are occurring in light of the massive amounts of air pollution that we're creating. So just that correlation alone, we pollute the air and then now we're suffering from our own breathing.
Right.
Well, I think that this does, let's say it is global warming, that it does really fall into this explanation of the video that, the initial thought or the initial action of people is what causes, the astral plane to have karma or whatever. I don't understand how it all was said, but, to come back at us. So we are creating global warming. People are. So it would fit into this thought process that it is our karma that might be causing this virus, kind of a thing,
I find it very difficult not to be angry with people who are destroying the earth. I mean, it really takes a lot of discipline, I guess, to not become angry. And I think maybe instead of getting depressed, I get angry. I mean, they're both negative. We don't want either of them. But, it's like, it seems very natural to me.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not be angry if someone comes in and tears your house down and threatens your family? How can you not be angry? Anybody tell me?
Just a question, like aren't we all part of the problem? Like, we are consuming, we are driving cars, we're consuming on large scale. So we're all part of the problem. I don't feel anger, I feel sadness that we have, our scientific advancement has gotten us here to this point, and we need to step back and do things differently. But who are you directing your anger at? Like, are you unhappy about the people that are refusing to accept global warming, or who are you angry at? Because we're all part of it. We can't hear you.
You're muted, Beth.
Yes, I'm angry at public policy that does not accept what you and I may consider as facts. Yes, I'm angry at people who put greed and profit before the welfare of the planet. I mean, other human beings, but the planet also. And it really seems to me that this is showing, that the planet was really at its peak. It could not handle anymore. And now you're seeing all the blue skies over Los Angeles and the clear water in Venice, I believe. And it's wonderful. Why can't we keep that in our consciousness? But then you and I, we have no power. I mean, we have to accept that, don't we? We can, do as much as we can for our own thought forms. We can drive as little as possible, but we are not going to save the planet by using less paper or using less gas. We've gotten to the point where I think something drastic like this was the only thing that could stop it. And unfortunately, there's so much pain and tragedy involved. True tragedy, So I see, and I don't want to be negative, of course, but I think we all have to, what do we all have to do now? Maybe that's it. What's the next step? I mean, we have been thinking good thoughts. We have, but go ahead.
I was just going to comment about that. I think that is a human reaction. Fear is often the first. If you hear a loud explosion, it's your typical, visceral reaction. We're human beings. So I think then you decide, what am I going to do with that? Am I going to nurture it, or am I going to look for a solution? What am I going to do? Am I going to just sit here and be in fear and anger? So I think that one of the things that this talk was pointing to is that even though it seems like our shift in consciousness doesn't, like you say, well, what good is that going to do? What this talk is saying is it's joining with other people on a consciousness level who also are shifting to this different way of seeing. The way you're saying is that some good is coming out of this. It was a lot of pain and suffering, and it's still going on. But you can see that some good is coming out of it, and hopefully people will begin to question their behaviors and changes will come. One of the talks that I heard from Marianne Williamson, and she talked about gaslighting. And she said often after a catastrophe, most of us humans who are living comfortable lives tend to want to go right back to doing what we did before. And then the news tends to reshape it and say, it wasn't that bad. And now go ahead and go out there and spend some more because we got some real good deals now. Mm-hmm. And, so I think one of the things is to say, what do we nurture in our consciousness? And to nurture anger and hatred is not the solution. And many great teachers who befuddle your average person, the Martin Luther Kings, the Gandhis, Jesus, Buddha, they kept saying, no, don't hate. Don't hate your enemy.
You
And
don't-
so, but even though it's our nature to instinctively, initially, quite often to say, you know, somebody slaps you, I'm going to slap you right back. I'm not going to turn the other cheek. Are you crazy? So, I mean, most of us, you know, takes an extreme discipline, self-discipline, and belief, I guess, to say, I am not going to feed my fear. I'm not going to feed my anger, my shame, my blame, and so on. I'm going to feed hope.
Daya, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say I don't equate anger with hatred. I don't really have any hatred, but I do have anger. But to me, I can really see the difference. That's all. Hatred is, you know, it's much, much stronger than anger.
So I see two hands up. Raj, would you have to unmute?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the world is on a big timeout here, and we're gonna have our natural reactions pretty much based in fear, and anger is one of those offshoots, I believe. But if we look at some of the commonalities that I think Voy was his name, that he had mentioned about the air and air pollution, I'd like to take that notion actually a step further and to look at our connection with consciousness is directly connected to breath. So as we sit in this time out, you know, and we have time to reflect, meditation and breath are very, very connected as well. And so this gives us time to connect to what solutions are, you know, it gives us the space to do so. And so, you know, I personally feel like I'm encouraged to foster as much positivity as I can and not look to change the world, you know, at least within my power, because my voice is very insignificant. But what does have significance is the interrelationships that I have with my people that I'm connected with. And so for me to be able to be of service and of clear mind to them, because of my chance to take some breaths and tune my emotional, spiritual sense, then I can be of service to my family who needs help, you know, who might need a fresh perspective on something. Mm-hmm. And so that's what, you know, I see very strong, almost metaphysical or symbolic connections between what's, you know, this is a disease that's of respiratory nature. Mm-hmm. So it's affecting our breath, you know. And so that's very symbolic. It's very symbolic to go on ahead and reflect on what the nature of air is for us and what the nature of breath is for us. So that's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So were there any other topics that you wanted to cover?
Well, the other thing that I'd like to perhaps talk about is I feel that many of us are just mindless. We're living our life mindlessly. It's almost as if we are in a trance. Mm-hmm. It's like we've been in this programmed state of how we're existing on this plane. And so I personally feel, I don't think that, you know, people are at their core bad or, you know, or just evil. I just think that there has been some programming, there's some, you know, there's some pain, there's lots of pain there from childhood, from the past. And so whatever we can do at this time to reduce that pain and the suffering, whether it's pain from the past or whether it's pain from what's going on right now, I think whatever we can do to reduce that, I think will help at this time. I just feel like, you know, in a way, this is really a very positive thing for many, many people as well, because we're like, for example, I look at my children. My son is 35 and my daughter is 32, and they've never experienced anything, you know, at this magnitude. So it's kind of a wake-up call. I mean, they were all into their careers and their Starbucks coffee, you know, twice a day. And I mean, they think that life is gonna just keep going like this, and they just spend here, spend there, and buy their designer clothes. And now they're just like, whoa, like this is, what are we gonna do? You know, it's like a wake-up call. And I think that consumerism, that mindless just buying bigger, better, shinier.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really creates that trance. I really do. And just to have to think about, oh my goodness, I can't just go to the store now. You know, I have to be careful about how much I eat, what I eat, you know. I can't just run to the doctor's office because they're closed. So I have to really take care of myself. I don't want to get sick right now. I mean, it's brought us to another level of, I guess, awakeness, you know. And so I don't know, maybe I think overall, I think it is going to be really, you know, evolution at a rapid pace. And I think that if we can just somehow manage the pain,
Mm-hmm.
manage the suffering, and allow people to see things from a different perspective, that I think there can be major shifts in our level of consciousness.
Thank you.
So I have for all of you. Have you noticed? Personally, I believe that all people have good and evil in them. Some, you know, the combination is higher in some and lower in others. But I see that people that are predominantly self-centered and more on the evil side of things, they seem to be on steroids while this is going on. Like greed is, you know, on overdrive. And also the kind people that are generally into social, you know, helping others and taking care of things, and they seem to be on steroids. So it seems I kind of see the dichotomy between two sets of forces. Do you guys notice that, or is it just me putting everything in black and white?
Yeah, I think
Anyone have comment?
I think everyone is handling this. I guess, you know, crisis. It's a huge crisis for many people, and you know, whether you're like on the greedy side or the generous side, you know, because the generous people now are afraid they can't be as generous now, and the other side is afraid that, you know, that they won't have as much, right? I mean, they're afraid that the financial system is going to collapse, or, you know, or their big house that they're sitting in is going to go down in value. And so I think everybody's dealing with it differently. But I think overall, I think it's that uncertainty. I think we don't, I think as human beings, sometimes we are all a little on edge when it comes to uncertainty. So I think wherever we are in that spectrum, you know, of that good and evil, I think it just magnifies it. I don't think necessarily right now it's gonna necessarily have a positive effect, you know. It's just, I think it's magnifying whatever process that you were involved in before.
This is John again. I'd like to comment back to the feeling of anger over global warming and all this sort of thing and what's going on, and there was sort of a sense of helplessness, I thought, in the conversation about what can we do about that. But I'm a chiropractor, and I should coin this phrase that I've thought of, which is that nature is the universe and medicine is tinker toys. And for some reason, people think the opposite. They think that medicine is this huge thing that harnesses nature and cures people of sickness, etc. And it does work. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but it's very clunky. You know, like when you heal somebody naturally, it's very smooth. It's very smooth. There's no side effects. There's no like near death experience from a surgery, anesthesia, all these. It's a very smooth. You give them vitamin C and they get rid of the virus. You know, it just kind of happens. And so I kind of think that we're selling ourselves short by saying that we can't do anything about global warming or all these problems. I think our meditations are tapping into nature is huge, and individually we can do that and make an effect on the whole. And we can start a movement. I mean, movements have been started by Gandhi, etc., over the years that have made changes in the world. So I like to get away from that feeling of helplessness. I understand anger. I get angry about a lot of things. I scream in the car, you know, about this or that when I hear something on the radio. But I do feel that we're individually powerful in our spirituality, in our consciousness together, and we can work on that, you know. And this is a good time because we're all sitting home, and you know, you have time to do something meditative or positive for the universe right now. So that's a thought.
Well, one of the things that impressed me about this lecture, this presentation, was this idea of magnetism and how I think that I tend to go back to the bell curve, and that you do have extreme people who are greedy and cruel and perverted. Then you have other extreme people who are saints. I mean, they're just absolutely mind-boggling how pure and kind and, you know, illuminated they are. And then I think in the middle, you got just a whole lot of people just trying to make it from day to day. They don't think these deep thoughts. They don't, you know, they really just trying to make it from day to day. But the news tends to project the extremes to grab our attention, to, you know, that big boom, that big crash that we were talking about, that gets our attention. And that magnetism of thought that we, like I said earlier, we're human beings. Obviously, when something drastic and catastrophe happens, our visceral reaction is going to be there. But then I think that what we do afterwards, when we settle down, take a few deep breaths, and shift our consciousness so that our magnetic field is joining with other people who are also feeling a sense of healing of the earth, hope for the earth, seeing what can we do, what can I do, what small little act can I do. It may be saying hi to my neighbor, getting eye contact with the bum on the street. I mean, it may seem like, oh, that's nothing. But I really believe if enough of us do those kinds of kind acts, that a little shift can occur. This magnetic shift can occur. And on a personal level, I just would personally like to be around people like you guys. If, people who are feeding a sense of kindness, feeding a sense of hope, than to be listening to 45 and around these people who are shouting and screaming and saying, ain't it awful, and sky is falling. I mean, I just really, if I want to choose how to spend my day, to me, it's like I'd rather be on the beach than to be, I don't know, it's just a personal choice. But I think that personal choice makes a difference.
We're powerful beings, that's for sure. We are. We hold so much. You could take the largest organization, you could take Amazon. If we all wanted to, we could shut it down in 2 days. We say that, something is really powerful, but we have a lot of power. If we put our minds together, if we get out of our trance, and if we get out of our own, whatever, that pain and that suffering that we're so afraid of, if we can just be real, if we can just be here now, just be here now.
So this does require a change in us, a complete shift, basically.
And history has taught us that shifts in humanity have occurred. Think of in our lifetime, the civil rights movement and, the women's movement, where before things were one way and people thought, oh, it will always be that way. We're helpless. And then enough people started saying, no, I don't think it's going to be that way. I think we can change it. And the ultimate, force was Martin Luther King, who really he really had a different kind of a message, and enough people got behind it. In the March on Washington, I mean, just in our lifetime, we have seen these incredible shifts occur. So why can't it happen again?
Mm-hmm. The power is in the people, really. We look to these leaders like they're going to do something or this or that, but we can, like you just said about Amazon, we can change things as people, as the group, the world, right?
I heard a quote of a scientist that said, scientists have indicated that hope organizes the brain towards solutions. And I thought that was a very powerful concept, because there's a certain cynicism that says, it's just a horrible situation. But to choose hope and to choose a positive perspective might make a difference.
Yeah.
And also to make a statement, there's been, experiments where they've had collective groups of meditators to see effects on rates of crime in certain areas. So, some of this has been documented within the realm of science, as if that, that gives it credence, but it, for some people it does. But yeah, so there's correlations between, that sort of bringing in that positive energy and its effects. Also, in addition to the Schumann's resonance, which is, the pulse of the planet. So, so there's, it's not that necessarily proves anything, but it just opens your mind to consider that we do have an effect collectively, that could possibly affect a greater group of people. And so, if you just have a kernel of belief in something like that, then that can, help the impetus for serious change.
So just the basic idea of a guy eating bat in China and having an effect on everybody in the world says something to me that it doesn't have to be a group of us. Even one single person can affect the whole world. And that's the lesson I'm taking from this, is that whether we're putting positive energy out there or negative, each one of us is capable of a lot more than what we think we are capable of. So, and then we have a choice whether we want to put out positive energy or negative energy, and that's the choice we have to make.
Right, right. Well, I think it's getting late, so if we can conclude it, does anyone have an urgent additional point that they want to share?
I don't have an urgent one, but I finally figured out how to turn on my video, so you might be able to see me now.
Yes, I see that.
Hey, everyone, I need to go. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And I hope everyone stays safe, and I'll see you again.
Thank you.